trapped at the Raccoon City Police, not the police department, dang it. I'm at the Raccoon City, who the hell's out there honking? I'm at the Raccoon City Hospital, and I must find a cure for Jill's condition before she turns into one of them freaks. Can I get to that cure in time? Let's find out. Man, good thing I'm playing as Carlos. I don't have to worry about Nemesis coming after me. Jill managed to single-handedly defeat the creature, but not without incident. In the aftermath, she became infected with the T-virus and soon lost consciousness. Carlos fought his way to jail and brought her to the nearby Spencer Memorial Hospital. He's got a hospital named after him. Ain't that some bull? He must head into the hospital to find the vaccine. But what was once a house of healing has become a hive of zombies. Hey, I wasn't done reading that. Don't worry, Jill. I shall find that cure for you, for I am the #1 mercenary in this town. I don't like that jackass Nikolai. I don't know why I did that. Whew, man, I'm hungry. Anyone in here? Man, all this blood everywhere. Is there any part of the hospital that wasn't hit? And to think, a lot of this originating from Spencer, for whatever reason, having this just this huge obsession with his mortality, wanting to find something that can make him immortal. Well, Resident Evil 5 did a good job of showing how that went. Amazing how there's no blood or anything in here. Dang it, no lockpicks in here. Here. ID cards are not to be taken off hospital grounds under any circumstances. As per security measures, all employees must store their ID card in their personal lockers before returning home for the day. The key to the locker room has gone missing. The last person to have it dropped it somewhere in the courtyard. Until it's recovered, we will keep a spare key here in the office. Please stop by administration at the end of your shift to borrow it. The mother effing courtyard. They talking about that courtyard? Man, I'm hungry. I'm gonna order me some, what do I want to order? Some McDonald's? Hmm. Yeah, I could order me some McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Loving it. Really do like the way McDonald's makes their fries. Best fries this side of town. Hmm. See, what do I want to drink? I think I'll have a Sprite. Hey, I wonder, can a YouTube video get demonetized just for mentioning products like McDonald's, Sprite, and whatnot? I know a few of my videos got demonetized all because I had music playing in the background or directly into the microphone of a song of whatever live streams I did in the past. Which honestly I thought was ridiculous. Like of all things, I'm just thinking, why the heck, of all things, did you feel it necessary to get on me about this music? But obviously the music's owned by the people who make the songs, copyright and whatnot. Man, wouldn't that suck? Where they for some reason decide to demonetize me just for mentioning certain food products? YouTube be getting so stingy, man. Trying to find ways to make it difficult for people to make money. Next thing you know, they're gonna make it difficult for people to make money by saying just you mentioning a specific food, like burgers or Thai food, is enough to get you demonetized.
Okay, not this way.
As a matter of fact, you no longer can make money from YouTube. We're gonna take all your money. Hospital safe. Let's see if I can look up the cheat codes for this. Let's see. Nurse station safe. 9-3. Are you sure? Haha. Didn't count on explosives now, did you? Whoa, fat man. Back off, fatty. Oh my goodness. Why do I even bother sometimes? Absolutely nothing useful in the long run here. Why would Spencer even need a memorial hospital? He's not even dead yet by this point. And it wasn't until years later. Wait a minute, the Hunter Beta is supposed to be somewhere around here. September 29th. We tried. I swear to God we did. But there's nothing else to be done. The chaos is completely beyond control. Victims are pouring in now, dying and spreading the infection faster than we can reach them. So we give it up trying. Those of us who aren't infected have barricaded ourselves in here. We can hear the cries for help outside, the screaming, but none of us will go out there because it would be the end of us. I can't believe we've abandoned our patients. It's the worst thing imaginable for a nurse. I can't stop shaking, but I want to live. I want to live. 9 p.m. We heard a helicopter flying overhead and immediately started crying and hugging each other, thinking a rescue team was on the way. Then the sound grew distant and all we're left with is the moaning of the dead and the silent screams in our hearts. We're all about to lose our minds. Dr. Young, Ariana, Miranda, Dakota, I'm sorry I failed you. Something's coming. Help him. Give me a break, man. Man, really do need to hurry up and get Jill healed so I can get to some of this stuff. This is ridiculous. Man, imagine if a basic barricade like this was able to keep out a bunch of zombies. Bunch of stupid zombies in this stupid hospital. Always trying to start some shit for no reason. Can't leave the good living people alone. They should have called Hoss Delgado from what was it? The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. He would have had this shit solved in no time. Dude's so tough, he said he got bitten by zombies and lived. Hey, can I go outside? Oh, I can't go outside. You use some fresh air. Like in real life, I never really did like going to hospitals. Always something about it that just made me uncomfortable. Hey Jill, will this key help? Nope. Will this help? Nope. Well, Jill, I'd say you're screwed. Although, if I remember, the reason why Jill didn't turn when she did, because usually for a lot of people, I don't know, it's like how quickly people turn when they get infected by a virus, from the T virus to even the G virus. And that's what's infecting everyone in Raccoon City, was basically the G virus. The T virus, now that was what was responsible for the outbreak in the Spencer mansion. But the G virus is actually was said to be specifically stronger, like a whole lot stronger than what the T virus was ever capable of. Meaning it should have stronger effects too. Strong as glass. But I guess even with the G virus, it varies as far as how many days, weeks, hours it could take for someone to get infected.
Guess it has to be the voice of someone with clearance.
No voice match found.
Guess it has to be the voice of someone with clearance.
No voice match found.
Man, imagine if one of these doors was actually open this whole time and the zombie was just too stupid to be able to figure that out. Okay, now I really need to figure this out then. Too bad I can't just give Jill a whole bunch of herbs. To heal her. Man. Somewhat ironic to me that the only thing that keeps that small area lit is... Who's there? The only thing that was keeping that small area in that room lit was a soda machine. Yeah, that'll be the people saving grace in these times. A soda machine. Let that be the light in your darkness. See, this is one of those times where I feel I am just completely lost and I'm just ready to go crazy. This is why people should carry rocket launchers with them more often. Just blow holes up in this sucker. Like, screw your security cards, your voice activations. I got me a rocket launcher. That's my key. Oh, you say I need a voice activation? Here's voice activation. Rocket launcher. Bitch. Hey, any zombies over there? What was that? Why is it? How's this even locked? They say the key card's in the courtroom. Something there? Hmm. No, I think one thing they could do to really enhance the creepiness for this game is if they have it that literally every enemy, every zombie, BOW, as well as Nemesis himself, have them like Mr. X, where they're actively just hunting down whoever or whatever. As in, there's no, like, yeah, there's still a few timed sequences for that character where that character specifically has to appear. But outside of those specific sequences, it's always randomized when they're gonna appear. Like all the zombies in this hospital just randomly hunting down any victims or would-be victims, including you. I don't get it. From down there, I saw what looked like another entry point to get down there. Yeah, it's right over there. How the heck do I get over there? Obviously, I can't get through this, can I? Nope. Yeah, there's these two right here. But then there's that way in over there. I need to find out how do I get over there. What is that part? Yeah, that's the area I cannot get to. Man, I'm hungry. Freaking A, man. Just when I thought I was gonna be getting somewhere. I don't know why, but I just don't like the way that leg is hanging like that. Hey, can't do nothing about it. There's plenty of room under there to crawl under. There's no way around the debris to get there. There just isn't. And there's absolutely nothing around here useful for me to grab that's of any use. Hey, I thought this was supposed to be one of those electrically locked doors. Oh, I ain't tripping. Someone apparently had time to place their shoes neatly in here. Really? What was the point of the other two lockers? There's nothing useful. About time I got something. You get off me. Sheesh. The hell was that hospital zombie nerd doing hiding that dang locker? Like, why were you in here? Was you trying to hide from the zombies but didn't realize he was infected and ended up turning while inside the locker? I'm gonna assume that's exactly what it was. Bitch. Just like Resident Evil 1. Man, the beta hunters are ugly. Face almost looking like a arachnid.
Jesus Christ.
Good thing he had the reflexes to dodge it. Too bad the saying can't be said for someone like Gohan. Evasion skills not on fleek for him. But for this dude, definitely on fleek. Ain't no damn dirty zombies or hunters getting him. I wonder how the hunter knew where exactly to find Carlos. That's always the thing that interests me. Like the kind of creatures that actively hunt for people. It's like, I wonder, how do they know where to go? And what sucks is knowing that the room he left Jill in has no locked doors. Now, I've already made complaints about how much they changed from the original. Like how in the original, Jill gets infected by Nemesis by a clock tower. I think it was it. Yeah, I think it was a clock tower. And Carlos brings her to a chapel of all places. And Jill was still conscious. And she begins to tell Carlos about how worried she is that she'll become one of those things. How she just feels so numb inside, and that's what worries her. That fact that she knows she's infected but doesn't feel anything. I almost keep forgetting this is 1998, so definitely cassette tapes and recorders and needing cassette tapes is still a thing. I almost can't help but think of that scene from TriStar's Godzilla film where where was it? I think it was a movie theater where at one point the guy, hey, they moved the debris out the way. Cool. Where they have to be careful because of those offspring of Godzilla just walking around that place. Yeah, still no way over there. I guess it's supposed to be a way for Jill to get over there, not Carlos. Oh snap, where you all come from? Yeah, you don't expect a sucker like me to be carrying something like this. A rocket launcher. Enough of the locks, man. No more locked doors. Hey, any people alive and useful in here? This is one of the few examples I can think of in which a electronically locked door from the outside would be very useful. Simply due to the fact that obviously zombies and mutants have no idea how the hell to use something like that. So theoretically there'd be no way for them to get through. Unless they notice this window and they somehow manage to jump through that window. Like, zombies are terrifying enough, but zombies that can move so dang fast to the point where you think they were coordinating, like World War Z or Train to Busan. Man, Train to Busan was such a cool movie.
All I wanted to know was what the documents were doing. In your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard.
Yeah, I kind of wish the cassette tape kept playing. Ah, dang it.
Bard. Tyrell. Bard's dead. He's been shot.
Shit. And the vaccine?
I'm looking.
Well, look harder. There's gotta be a computer, right?
Dear Dr. Bard, it is my pleasure to cordially invite you to a banquet on September 10th at the Central Hotel, where we will be exchanging viewpoints on Raccoon City's new Special Medical Zone, SMZ. Attending will be Mayor Warren, Chief of Police Bright Ayers, fuck that guy, and other distinguished members of our community. Thursday, September 10th, 1998, 6 p.m., the Orient Restaurant, the Central Hotel, second floor. We will be honored if you join us. Sincerely, Greg Tester, United States Senator. Handwritten note. Nate, I'll be introducing the bill for that new drug of yours in mid-August. Bring the cash. We've booked a suite for the usual after party. You're a brunette guy, right? I'll let Irons know. What the heck? Whole bunch of creeps. Waiting to drive through the pickup. Man, don't freaking send me any messages unless you're on your way with my dang food. Don't be telling me about how you're in the drive-thru, you fucking idiot. Man, how much you in the bed was Nikolai? Seriously, almost every time when something happens, a specific person or people were killed, or whatever the case may be, it's always Nikolai who just happens to be there at the nick of time. Like, that dude is able to do such a good job of being at the right place at the right time so well, it's no way. Like, someone's got to be tipping him off. to where to go or where to find whatever it is he's looking for. To Greg Tester, subject, reply immediately. Greg, I know you're watching the news. The virus is going to devour the whole country. The dead will wash over Capitol Hill like a tidal wave. You're not safe. However, you've always been a good friend to me, so I'd like to offer you a way out. I have in my possession 1 dose of a vaccine for the virus, the Holy Grail, and it's not for my family, not for my ladies on the side. Dang, you cheating son of a gun. No, Greg, I'm saving it for you. I know better than anyone. You're the future of the United States. But if you want the goods, Greg, you've got to get me the hell out of here. Out of here. Oh, gotta get me the hell out of here now, without Umbrella finding out. Lean on the Pentagon for me. I know you've got the clout. What? See if someone can get a rescue team in here without UBCS involvement. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, which should sound pretty chaste after the parties we've been to. Hurry, the time is running out. Damn right it was. No wonder he didn't want UBCS involved. Well, then again, the other guy, Tyrell, did explain the whole point was that they're there to detain him, not exactly rescue. Even though, who was it? Carlos here was under the impression that that's what this was, a search and rescue. Oh, forgot to turn that off. Hey, I wonder if people can... What the hell? I hate when my phone does that. Don't freaking connect or disconnect without permission.
This is VRC Chief Nathaniel Bard, September 29, 11 p.m. I am acutely aware that my time's running out. And I hope and pray, by making this recording and bringing the truth to light, that I can restore some small shred of honor to my name. All of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus, and they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. Now, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
God, you knew all along. And she trusted me anyway. Fuck!
How convenient. It's amazing that when Brian Irons found out, because Brian Irons for the longest time has been in cahoots with Umbrella. So I'm surprised he didn't send someone to have Jill and Chris and Barry all killed and Brad while they were all in the city.
Is it here?
Oh, I need to use the restroom. Alright, give me about 5 or 6 minutes. Oh, sweet, my food's here. Alright, give me about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'll see you when I get back. Alright, I finally got to my food. I'm about to enjoy it because I am a hungry man. Hold on a second, there's some other stuff I gotta do real quick. Dang it, I forgot. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, let's get back to it. And for those who are patient enough to wait, thank you. And for those who are getting impatient, fuck you. Yeah, don't go alienating your own audience. But I don't get it. There's vaccines for the virus. There's only one that Nathaniel Bard was able to make. I don't get that. Why would you want to get rid of your doctors? Wouldn't you want to keep your doctors as close of a safeguard or closely safely guarded as possible? In other words, keep them within a tight grasp, but don't get rid of them. Because who's to say you won't potentially get infected yourself?
T, I got it.
Good. I'm headed your way.
Be careful.
Careful. Have you seen this town? It'll be a fucking miracle if I get there in one piece.
He's got a point. That is not what I meant to do. Oh, I did not notice that dang skylight right there. Actually, now that I think about it, if it was Nikolai who shot and killed, um, the doctor,
You're gonna be okay, Joe.
I'm pretty sure he would definitely make sure to take the vaccine with him, check the surrounding rooms, and take the vaccine with him.
Come on. This shit better work.
Now, if I remember, the T-virus cells in her body were still there, but just heavily suppressed. And Wesker didn't find out about this until he experimented on her in Resident Evil 5.
Tyrell, what the hell happened?
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike. All residents capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test. Attention all citizens.
I mean, that's only a day away. There's still people in the city. You think Uncle Sam gives a shit? Fuck. Here they come. Oh, you sit tight. I got this. Better grab some gear.
Man, that's gotta suck to know. Like, here you are in the city thinking, oh, they'll send somebody to get us, only to find out, no, they're sending a missile strike. And you, man, that has to suck so much. The fact that they will wait until literally one day away to send a missile strike. What I'm thinking is why one day away? Why not sooner? Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure they considered the possibility that, that not everyone's gonna get the announcement, considering how power in certain parts of the city has been knocked out. So obviously, like, they knew, but don't care. Just so they can cover their own ass and say, well, we did send a warning. I guess that's why they said people of rational thought. So that way they can say that for those who didn't make it out, most likely weren't people of rational thought, or were already infected and did not understand the message. Hold on a second. Alright, enough messing around.
Sounds like there's a lot of them out there.
Don't worry, Jill, I shall protect you from these evil bastards. They will not get you. And what sucks is knowing that Tyrell doesn't make it out of this incident alive. Yeah, I wonder where Nikolai is in all this anyway. There we go.
I'm gonna try to lower the window shutters. The less entry points, the better.
And how do we do that?
I'll try hacking into the hospital security system. Keep them off me in the meantime.
Oh, sheesh. Did Tyrell lead all the zombies here?
Okay, now the fun shit begins.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh! They breached the room!
What the heck? Oh, I did not think to take any extra ammo. There should have been like a mini game that involves this, where it's you in a specific area trying to defend yourself against the enemy.
At what point in time do I get to use that detonator, I wonder? Seriously, how do all the zombies know to come here anyway? And I wonder where Tyrell got his how Tyrell managed to injure his arm. Questions we may never get the answers to. Haha, steep zombie. Seriously, the behavior of zombies. Oh
Oh,
shit!
come on.
Find the breaker. It must be somewhere.
Like the behavior of zombies in. Well, that's convenient. The behavior of zombies in games like this is always in, well, any media always amazes me. Like how are they able to tell there's people on the other side of whatever barrier they're trying to get through? It's not like they're like animals with an extra sense or something. What are you looking at, ugly? Man, they really... Capcom could have been a real dick about it and make it so that the zombies behave like they do during any other portion of the game. Where you kill them, but they always manage to come back somehow.
Almost got it.
Yeah, I bet you do. But parts like these in any of the Resident Evil series is always fun. When you're holed up inside a specific area and you gotta hold down the fort. They had something like that in Resident Evil 5, kind of, where Chris, Sheva, they have to defend Josh while he's trying to get the doors or passageways open so they can get out of wherever that building was. And again, you gotta protect him. Again, how do these zombies know that there's someone on the other side and of those doors? It's not like becoming zombies enhances their sense of smell or whatever. These are the slowest shutters in the history of shutters. Like, have you ever seen shutters move so slowly? They didn't think to put shutters over the dang door. I was about to say how they should have sent in more guys of the UVCS. And I'm guessing they probably did send a lot more guys. But obviously a whole bunch of them were taken out, all thanks to Nikolai. Man, it's like almost when it comes to teams of mercenaries, and even cops, servicemen of any sort, there's always that one guy on the team who's willing to betray everyone. I got me a trophy. I need a hero. Withstand the zombie siege.
I'm coming back. Vaccine's the real deal. Good. You going somewhere?
Dang!
Damn right. What do you think you're gonna do? Whole city's about to be microwaved. Come on, man. Call the government. Tell them we found a cure. You stall for time. Ballsy motherfucker.
Tyra obviously looking infected. Because I do not recall him being that pale earlier. Did Carlos not even notice? Dude went from dark skin to very pale.
Jill. Thank God you're okay. I've got good news. It's over now. The city's safe.
Shoot him, Jill. Shoot him.
Shoot me, Jill. It's the only way.
My goodness. If I have to see one more cutscene of someone hesitating to shoot someone when they should, even if it is a dream.
Attention all citizens. The missile strike on Raccoon City will occur in just hours. The payload is designed to eradicate all biological material. You will not survive if you remain in the city.
October 1st.
Evacuate now. Repeat.
can't be.
First model, a 33 shot millimeter with 3-round burst feature. Its quick fire rate allows it to do a lot of damage in a short time. Wonder if Carlos left that there conveniently. Oh yeah, the same. I just saw the announcement. The same people, Insomniac, who made Spider-Man for the PS4, and Miles Morales, they're working on a Spider-Man 2. It's gonna have Venom, and they're working on a Wolverine game.
You saved my life.
I sure as shit didn't. That was all Carlos. He carried you here and he treated you himself. Crazy bastard.
Where is he?
In the underground. Bard stockpiled the vaccine, enough to give the city some hope.
He thinks he can do this by himself. I'm going after him.
Wait, did you see the broadcast? They're gonna blow the city sky high. I'm trying to get a hold of someone, anyone with the clearance to stop it. Leave this mess to him. He's a professional.
So am I.
Right. Guess I'm not talking you out of this. The storage facility is underground, beneath this hospital. I've lost contact with Carlos, so expect trouble.
Honestly, in real life, in the event that something happens like this, I highly doubt there's any way that you. Oh shit. I'm extremely doubtful that there's any way you can convince anyone in the government to call off a strike for something like this. Like, I'm almost absolutely certain that should there be a zombie apocalypse that hits a city and it's contained mainly to that city and a small amount of the surrounding area, if they decide they're gonna send in a nuclear missile, there's no convincing them or anyone there's no convincing one person or even any group of people to stop it. Like, it's just gonna happen. Nothing in here either.
This looks like Nikolai's work.
See, even she knows full well it had to be Nikolai. But again, why didn't Nikolai take the vaccine with him when he left? Like, surely he would think to search the room to see if there was anything worth taking. Well, first of all, I want to know is how he managed to get in there in the first place, because it's electronically locked and it requires a voice activation. Come on. I hope there's no situation where I have to run into more than one of those things at once. Back in Resident Evil 3, depending on the ending you'd get, because based off the choices you make, it could either lead to Nikolai being killed personally by Nemesis himself, or when he gets a hold of the helicopter and you shoot him down with a rocket launcher. And in this game, if I remember, it's just guaranteed that he just dies from the nuclear missile. Ain't that a bitch? More ammo is great and all, but man, when do I get that Magnum? That's what I want.
I think I can squeeze by.
Well, of course, considering how small Jill is compared to everyone else. RE, Master of Unlocking. Unlock all safes, lockers, strong boxes, and pickable locks. Okay, but when do I get the day? Where in this game can I get the dang Magnum? You know, unlike games like Resident Evil 2 and wait, what does this make? Unlike Resident Evil 1 and 2, there really is little to no room anywhere for you to stay in one spot as far as like safe houses. Because Resident Evil 2 takes place primarily in the Raccoon Police Department and all the surrounding areas of the police department. Resident Evil 1 takes place in the mansion and the surrounding forest. All the way up at the Arclay Mountains, of all places, too. Whereas Resident Evil 3, there's like, it feels like you rarely ever stay in one area for so long. Oh, finally! Yeah, give me this shit.
Guaranteed to give you a headache.
Worth it. Kendo's Armory. Collect all weapons in the campaign. Man, I hate how you don't get into the damn near the last damn second in this game. Because that just means I won't get to use it too many times. I think I hear one of those hunters out there. Wait, where the heck am I going? Oh! Whew. Like these areas are not secure. How the hell do people like Tyrone manage to get around here? Oh, excuse me. Without getting killed? Or without these creatures ever just stumbling upon these places? As I said in the last stream I did for this game is so unforgiving compared to Resident Evil 2. At least on the hardcore difficulty. One missile or one rocket is enough to stun even Mr. X of all people. But in this game, it takes like 2 or 3. And that's and that's if you can hit Nemesis, because he can actually dodge, even at point blank range somehow. And if I remember, I think one of the animations is him actually even catching the rocket. And I don't mean like just a cutscene with Carlos either.
This must be the way underground.
You think? Oh man, look at this. Definitely doesn't have Umbrella written all over it. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Seriously, the fact that Umbrella has a door in their hospital that could easily lead here, and the fact that it's been said that people have accidentally made their ways into Umbrella's laboratories and undergrounds. Not, not even once, but multiple times. Almost makes you wonder if someone intentionally did that. Like they saw what Umbrella was up to, they didn't like it, so they purposely just.
No one in the hospital ever noticed all this.
Seriously, this had to be done. The design so that people could come across Umbrella's laboratories accidentally had to be done on purpose. Like someone made it so that all of Umbrella's assets can be easily discovered. Just so easily. We have identified an issue with the electric box where the current use of heavy machinery overloads it and causes the fuse to blow. If you encounter this problem and can't get the elevator running, please stay calm, gather fuses from the sub-generators situated around the warehouse and use those to restore power to the main generator as quickly as possible. This is all the way underground. Wonder how it is that no one in this underground facility would be safe from the missile launch. Well, obviously the explosion from the missile is just that damn powerful apparently. You know what Tyrell should have did was just go with Jill to find Carlos. I see you, son of a bitch. Seriously, what's up with Nikolai is acting like such a stereotypical villain, acting like I don't see him up there. Or maybe he does know I see him up there. And that's why he's behaving so creepily.
I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
You think this is over?
Didn't these guys appear in the bonus game of Resident Evil 2? I'm pretty sure they did. Or maybe their design was like the catalyst for the creatures that appeared in this game, like the one I just fought. Or killed. It wasn't really much of a fight. You know what I mean? Man, oh man, oh man. Too much stuff around here. Yo, that dog came out of nowhere. Yo, these dogs make the exact same kind of sound as the dogs all the way from Resident Evil 4. Or at least have a similar sound effect to them when they growl. Capcom reusing assets all the way from Resident Evil 4. Oh, cool! They even attached the enemies. I never noticed that.
A dead end. No, wait.
Definitely gotta give Nikolai credit. He most certainly knows how to strategize. Even if that does make him extremely annoying. Dang, this dude's a tough bastard. My goodness. September 12th, admitted to N2, male 45, female 32, discarded, male 60, female 89. Now, what are you doing experimenting on people 60 and older? On senior citizens? September 15th, admitted to N2, male 55, 19. Oh, males, okay. Female 51, discarded, female 76, returned, female 8, unaffected. And thank you, oh, you bastard. Wait, 8. Sherry, maybe? September 22nd, wait a minute. September 12th, 15th, so 3 days. Seven days. September 22nd. Admitted to into males 25, 22, 15, females 16, 21, 29. Discarded 6 male specimens, 9 female specimens. Disposals trending upwards daily. Preemptively dispose of any other or any over 30 years of age. 2 days later, September 24th. Nightly transfer observed by nurse. Admissions to underground facility temporarily halted. The hell was this for anyway? Aha, I had my suspicion. Hey, this is just like when I first played hardcore mode in Resident Evil 2. And playing on the hardest difficulty of any other Resident Evil game. Just saving constantly. Explosions! Torque would be proud. However, have I ever mentioned how much I hate Nikolai? Jeez, are people out there racing with their motorcycles or something out there? Well, good thing that's all the way off in the distance and not right outside in the dang streets right where I live. 'Cause some people will do that. They'll be revving their engines, driving by like they're speed racer or something. Just generally going crazy. Obviously not caring one bit that there's people out here trying to sleep. Some of whom who have to go to bed early. Simply because of the fact that they got work tomorrow. Acting like I don't hear you in there. Oh, come on, no. This... Man, I know I had to be at full health. There was no way. Oh, I guess I wasn't. Oh, wait, no, I gotta go over there. Man, hopefully it doesn't tally up the number of times I died. That'd be embarrassing. Excuse me. You know, I actually was convinced at first that there wasn't something in there, but it was gonna be one of those alpha or beta hunters that was gonna run through from somewhere over there, like jump over this thing and attack me. I really thought that's how it was gonna go down. Bro, you are on fire. You are on fire. All y'all on fire. You should be dead. All y'all should be dead. All y'all should be dead. Should be dead. Should be dead. Oh, come on. Man, forget that. I'm just gonna use the rock. I'm just gonna use the explosive rounds on them. I really need to get back to finishing Saints Row 4. It did not occur to me how much hate that game got until I saw people talking about how trash that game is because of how different it is from the earlier Saints Row games, and that's why they're making a reboot they're making a reboot that brings the game back to its origins as being all about uh gang warfare. And it listed some of the characters it listed the name of some characters and how they're going to be attached to the main story overall. And I'm just like, man, you mean to tell me we're not going to get Pierce, Shaundi, or Kenzie back? Or even Johnny? No Johnny Gat? No Kenzie Kensington? Wouldn't even be exactly the same player that you play as in the earlier games. Like nothing really feels like it's gonna carry over into the reboot. Man, sometimes that sucks when you feel, excuse me, you feel like they got a good story going on, but then you find out they're doing a reboot, so all the characters you knew from all these games you played ain't coming back. Like they freaking, what's crazy is that they got Keith David to voice a character in the first Saints Row, the guy at the beginning who recruits you to join their gang, the Saints. But then it comes full circle in the fourth game where you straight up get to team up with Keith David. With him as your vice president. And there's this bit of this mystery with the characters. Some questioning and wondering why exactly Kenzie chose to save Keith first and not the player, and she claims how his pod was on the way to where she was going, even though he and the player were about to point out how where he was in relation to where they were was all the way on the other side of the ship. So Keith was a whole lot further away than the player. But Kenzie just reinforces about how it was on the way. I kind of wonder a bit why she would save Keith first and not the player if Keith was further away. Then again, it's Keith David. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in real life probably would try to save him first if they could. Even if it was more convenient to save them in order of like how long would it take you to get to wherever they are. It's unfortunate an assault rifle is not unlockable for Jill. Only the assisted run. And that's not counting the infinite ammo assault gun. Jeez, Jill don't know how to land safely. Yo, I'm wondering if eventually Capcom's gonna do like what Saint, the people who developed the Saint Row games is gonna do, just reboot everything. Because in the last stream I talked about how 7 and 8 may have tried to bring back the horror element from early Resident Evil games, but it just didn't really capture that about why it's so important that you have to conserve your ammo and save it for when you absolutely need it. Even as you make your way towards the end of the game, and it's for that reason why you should save your ammo as much as possible. Because by that point you get to the final boss and realize he's so unforgiving. Hey, what's this? What does this do? A custom part for the M3 shotgun allows for faster. I'll take that. Too bad there's no way to give it like an extended magazine or something. That'd be nice. Did I just go in a complete circle? I think I did. Sorry, went over there. Nothing over there. And I got the piece right from here. Man, the last piece is always, almost always, the hardest to find. Dang it. You know, there's a lot of those My OnlyFans type of content creators. Is there any like that on YouTube? I don't think so. Ah, dang it. I should wait until I got the that powder mixer, whatever the hell it's called, so I can get more magnum ammo out of it. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, those weird My Only type fans that you see on the internet. It makes me wonder if there's any kind to where, because obviously like it works how what they do is based on like how much people tip them or pay them as they host their little weird shows. But I wonder if there's any who try doing all that stuff where it's on camera and you don't actually get to see what those so-called My Only fans are doing. You only hear it, so you have no idea what's really going on. But you're supposed to just guess, like they don't have an actual working camera, so all you hear is their voice and they're describing what they're doing. Oh man, I think you'd have to be desperate though if you're doing something like that where you don't see the action, you only hear it, but you're still paying anyways, just for them to say it. In which case I'm thinking there's other sites you can go to for that. But yeah, I don't know, as far as like desperateness or disparity, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of anything. I still remember during my early days of playing on my early days of PlayStation Network or PS4 online. What was it? PlayStation Plus. During my early days when I had to deal with, at least twice it was a bot. Those weird bots that host those live cam shows. And it's so weird too, because I was absolutely convinced that it was an actual person. But obviously that's how the scams work. What's crazy is that I had no intention, like even if it was a real person, I had no intention of giving any money to them. Just figured to see like what they're about and if they could be considered legit or not. I figured to myself, who the heck is this trying to pull this weird scam and whatnot? Hey, can I put a first aid spray in there? Would that work? Oh, of course not. Man, imagine if that did work. Nope, nothing on this guy. How nice of Nikolai to blow out the freaking power, freaking jackhole. It's always gotta be guys like him who make it difficult for no apparent reason. I'm thinking, dude, what more do you want from me? Like, get what you... Honestly, I would not waste my time doing all that. I would... Because if I find out like there's a town full of infected and monsters in it, and there's a missile strike coming to wipe out everyone and everything in the dang city, I am not sticking around at all for any reason. I am getting out of that city as soon as possible. I'm not gonna wait for someone like Jill to come along just so I can mess with them and do whatever. I'm getting out of that city as quickly as possible. I remember it's like Flip said in the last stream that we often don't know what we're gonna actually do in a situation until it actually happens to us. And I remember talking about that because I was talking about in one of the films, 38 Days or Weeks Later, one of those two films, where a guy was shown with his family in the prologue, and he's shown running away instead of staying behind to help him. And I remember looking that up on YouTube, and of course there were people criticizing him, some trying to talk shit and say how, oh, if it was me, I definitely would have done this or done that instead. The guy's a coward. And others were saying how it makes sense because not everyone's desperate to try to act like a hero. And definitely that is. It's a sad truth, but it's the truth. Not everyone's out here trying to be a hero. And not everyone's the kind who's willing to risk their life. Actually, I think part of that was when I was talking about how a whole bunch of others, when I used to work in Ukiah in the culinary unit at the conservation center, how a lot of them, especially one bitch in particular who was such a Karen, constantly criticizing me and getting on my case about the fact that I chose to run when a fire broke out. And it's like, even now I still wonder what the hell she and everyone else expected. Why? And I remember one of my friends, I don't think he was trying to shame me or anything, but he said that that's how it works psychologically for people, that once the big guy starts running, that's how you know it's all bad or whatever. Which again, I think is stupid. Putting so much expectation on the big guy, like we're expected to be superhuman. Like, yeah, we know where the fire hydrants and the fire extinguishers, we know where those are in the building. But not once did they ever give us proper training on how to use fire extinguishers. So definitely there's no way we're gonna know what to do in that situation. But for some reason we're expected to know. And just again, being the big guy, the tallest in whatever area, we're expected to be the tough guys, the super soldiers, the ones who have to get shit done for some reason. Like I said, I don't know why they're making such a big deal. Like I felt like I was the only one. Well, it was me and one other girl who were the only ones smart enough to know, hey, a fire, let's get the hell out of here, screw this kitchen and everything in it. No point in trying to protect it. Like, that kitchen was not our livelihood. There was no way. We just had no reason to try to protect it. So no way was I gonna try to be the hero in that situation and try to save it. And my roommate slash coworker slash friend who was holding on to the frying pan, I remember, I think it was him, but definitely was one of that same Karen, damn bitch, who for some reason was making a big deal saying about how I would just let him burn like that, let him just catch on fire. And again, she did absolutely nothing to help. She just stood there. Like, yeah, you keep making fun of me, but you're the one who's gonna end up burning to death when you're the only one standing there like a freaking idiot while everyone else is getting out of the building. And you know, it's the same thing with zombie apocalypses. Ain't nobody trying to stay behind and fight a whole horde of zombies. You get the hell up out of there. Is it in here? Man, again, it's like I said, the last piece in a puzzle that you're looking for is always somewhere you don't expect it to be. Yeah, I don't think it's all the way out here. Yeah, time to look it up. I remember I actually told my grandma about all of this at one point. About how the others reacted to me trying to run out of the kitchen instead of staying behind to fight the fire, even though none of them tried to fight the fire themselves. Wait. Save codes, lock combinations. And nothing useful. Someone on the internet, or some people decided to ask on the internet if Resident Evil 3 has puzzles. Every Resident Evil game, I'd say except for the Chronicle series, all have puzzles. No, nothing. Like, how is this not considered a puzzle in of itself? Like, can I shut out that light? Man. Man, Jill needs to work on her landing skills. Hey, I wonder what the next big thing in which an incident breaks out, I decide to run to save myself, and people criticize me over. I wonder what the next incident like that is going to be. I hope the next time something like that happens, the people who do witness me trying to book it won't be a bunch of idiots like that one Karen and my roommate who, or slash coworker who decided to keep holding on to the pan while it was on fire. Like, he did make the smart decision to eventually put it down. You know, I didn't see that because I was trying to run. But again, that crazy Karen, for some reason, I don't know what the heck. I don't know how do you do that? How do you just stand there and watch something happens, and then as soon as the situation is over, you decide to use it as in a situation to go on again about why you were supposed to be left in charge, why you're so important. Use that to both gloat and criticize someone and yet all you did was just stand there. That's like, what is it? What would that be like? Like we're out in the woods and someone I'm hiking with gets attacked by. Hey, what's something that you can get attacked by that someone could totally save you from? That wouldn't be too hard of an issue. Like getting attacked by a koala bear. Like a koala bear just attacks your hiking buddy, and you just stand there and watch it do nothing. And eventually they manage to fight the koala off, and the koala runs off. And you just stand there and say, "See, this is why, I don't know, something to brag about." And you criticize them for whatever reason instead of doing anything to help. Hell, what the hell else would that be like? Now, it'd be like I see someone struggling with a zombie. One person decides to run off, and yet I just stand there while the third person in the group gets attacked by the zombie, even though I have a gun and I can easily shoot the zombie in the head, or at least push them off or kick them off. And yet instead of doing that, again, I just decide to stand there and watch and say, "See, this is why I am the leader of this group. Like, yeah, we know you're the leader, and we also know you're a douchebag who chooses not to help people when they need it." Oh my goodness. Well, good to know that when the next time I play this game, I'll know exactly what to do. Hopefully. How am I supposed to tell where the circuit breaker is that has the piece I'm looking for? Where the hell am I supposed to find it? Obviously not in there. I don't know how he managed to plant explosives on that thing so it lands just like that. Oh, it was attached to that, and the explosives detonated from there. Okay, I see. And I'm trying to think, what's other crazy examples of which someone's just standing there and doing absolutely nothing, but then they have the nerve to criticize others for running when they're supposed to? Oh yeah, like there's an avalanche coming. You're on a snowy mountain. An avalanche is coming, and you decide to run, while they just stand there. Somehow they survive, and then they criticize you for running. I think maybe all that was just that she knows she fucked up by just standing there and doing nothing, and so obviously she chose me as her favorite target to criticize and tell everyone, "Hey, look at what this guy did. Don't focus on what I did or didn't do. Focus on this guy. Put all shame and humiliation on him." Like they don't actually say it like that, but that's obviously what their intention is. Because another one of my douchebag fellow employees was like that, where if he saw me doing something that looked weird, like me talking to myself or whatever, he would straight up bug someone and tell them, "Hey, look at that guy over there talking to himself." Like they're supposed to care, or that's supposed to like ruin my life or something. Man, I think I may have when I was younger, but as I got older, the more I just saw people do that, the more I'm like, man, I'm so glad I don't have that issue or that issue, or at least I'm working on that, or I've overcome that. It's sad when someone's life sucks so much, or they let their life just specifically revolve around this one person who's not important, like letting them revolve around another human. I mean, I can understand you letting your life revolve around another person if that person your life revolves around is someone you're taking care of, like your significant other, Your parents who are too old to take care of themselves. Or your child if you're a parent. Or your sibling if for whatever reason your parents aren't around to take care of them. My goodness, where am I going? Where the heck am I supposed to find this last circuit breaker thing? Hey, what is the point of this lift right here when there's the stairs right there? If this were to just stay up, I could use the stairs to get through there. And I'm wondering, I'm pretty sure this leads to somewhere where I could easily just find, yeah, just like other ways to get around it. But I guess that's just why it's like that. So you don't have to go through the trouble of going all the way around constantly. Oh my freaking goodness. This is just like when I was at the hospital and had no idea where to go. Or realized I had the item I needed on me the whole time. Man, I got guns and ammo galore. Give me a break. Maybe it doesn't seem like there's a lot of weapons to find in this game, but then again, there's not as many weapons to collect. Out of all the games, Resident Evil 5, out of all the games that I've played, I know for sure Resident Evil 5 has the most guns in general. Some of them having the same type of function from a pistol, from pistol guns, machine guns, shotguns, and all the other good stuff. Whereas Resident Evil 6, you have one type for each of those guns for each character. Some of whom have their own unique weapons, which is kind of cool. Whoa, I thought I saw something move. Umbrella. Alright, close enough. Man. Can I use this? Can I use this? It's like I know the item I'm looking for. The problem is knowing where to find it. And I'm pretty sure I've been every which way. Hey, maybe I have to go back all the way to the other area that I was first mentioning, thinking that maybe what I'm looking for is there. But then I said, nah, there's no way it's all the way out here. But now I'm starting to think maybe it is all the way over there. Don't know why they would have the fuse box component all the way over there though. Ah, screw it. I'm looking it up on YouTube. Let's see what we can find. Resident Evil 3. Dang, advertisements.
I must admit, I respect your
Hey, here's some comments from people. Literally the worst and most meaningless part of the game, and they cut so much good stuff. Yeah, they really did with Resident Evil 3. That's part of why I was so hesitant for so long after the game came out, if I was gonna get it or not.
our games end here.
You think this is over?
Yeah, I don't know why I thought coming all the way up here was gonna be a good idea. Man, such lame ass barriers. Imagine that being enough to stop a whole horde of zombies from getting to you. I wonder why they decided to change the game so drastically from the original to the point of feeling almost like a completely different game. So far, Resident Evil 1 is like the only remaster I've seen, or only remake I've seen, that's not only faithful to the game, gameplay and location wise, but still managed to add new stuff. So it doesn't feel exactly the same, just with different graphics. I don't think I've done. Hmm. Little burger. I don't think I've done a single part of this game while in Jill's default costume for this game. Finally.
All right, here goes.
Wait, I thought I went through that door before. Oh, fuck, never mind. Man, I seriously thought I went through that door multiple times before. I forgot those things got range. Oh, come on. Getting stun locked in any situation is never fun.
Shit, he got away. What was he doing in here?
Oh, whoops. Hey, what I want to know is who's the idiot who decided to make that riding gun, which is basically a lightning gun, but it only works if you hit the opponent's weak spot. Ain't nobody got no time for all that aiming and shit. 5 officers engaged in a pack, 20 strong officers annihilated in 20 minutes. Oh, this must be from when Brad and Jill were still the only stars left, before it was just Jill. Or the only ones left in the city. Got eyes on 2 stars, a male infected and female. Seems fixated on terminating Jill Valentine and knows the city layout. Evidence it can be imprinted. Metamorphosis and the bioweapon triggered by a hostile encounter with Jill Valentine. Video attached. Jill's been infected and is not responsive. Collected samples per orders. "17 hours? Let's see. Oh yeah, it was the 29th. When she got infected, going to the 30th. Yeah. Almost 24 hours. And it says right there, her conversion from the infection when she got infected by Nemesis was slow. Wonder what made her so special. "20 hours post-exposure. Will induce further encounters." I knew it. I knew somehow the way Nemesis was tracking Jill was through Nikolai leading it to her.
Jill,
Tyrell.
I got through. They're willing to negotiate. They'll call off the strike if, and this is one big-ass if, we can deliver the vaccine to them before they launch.
How long do we have?
Hours, maybe.
Then let's not waste one more second.
This way.
Yeah, Tyrell's clearly infected. Or either that or gravely injured. I wonder what happened for him to be in his
We'll find the
situation.
vaccine up ahead.
Is that a bite? Oh wait, no, never mind.
Sure you don't need to stop?
Stop and do what? I got your back.
All right, let's get this done.
I don't know why they're acting like nothing's wrong with him. Then again, Joe doesn't look like she's in the best condition either. Yeah, she does not. Seriously, either he's losing blood from an injury, or he's straight up infected.
Tyrell!
So you know that little pea shot's not gonna help.
Now! Keep going. We're almost there. No! Shit!
What I want to know is how did Nemesis how did something that big, how was it when big ass creatures like that are able to get somewhere without making any kind of sound, any kind of noise? The pursuer. Following Nikolai deeper underground. Man, I was wondering how Tyrell was going to meet his end. I was certain it was going to be him simply getting shot by Nikolai. Well, in the beginning, I figured that was going to be how he ended. Nikolai shooting him to death like he did one of the soldiers earlier. Or just something that Nikolai ends up doing that gets him killed. Then I figured it was, by the looks of it, he looked like he was infected. So I thought that was what it was going to be. With him supposedly being infected, and eventually he turns and Jill has to kill him. But no, he dies at the hands of Nemesis. Just like the UBCS guys' leader. Of course, he was forced to detonate that explosive, trying to take Nemesis along with him. Attention, Nest 2 employees. The objectives of this T-Virus research facility differ from those of Umbrella's main Nest facility. Here we focus on real-world use cases which arise as new bioweapons are created and introduced, such as the need for T-virus vaccines and new weapons capable of suppressing bioweapons. Some aspects of our work here can be dangerous, so it's imperative that all employees adhere to workplace regulations without fail. You're right. In particular, unauthorized entry by unapproved visitors or removal of work-related data or materials will be met with severe disciplinary measures. In other words, death. It is a great honor to be part of the finest research organization in the world. Keep this in mind and stick to the rules as we forge new and revolutionary technologies. Bunch of creeps. Hmm. That's crazy. Part of what inspired Spencer to create the virus, from the progenitor virus to the T virus, Birkin was the one who developed the G virus, so that was his own thing. But anyways, the T virus and everything related. Now, part of what inspired Spencer was just the idea of gaining immortality. And as he explains in Resident Evil 5, he was supposed to become a god. An idea that was passed down, unintentionally passed down onto Wesker. Man, what happened here? No way was this a matter of Carlos or even Nikolai coming through here and doing all this by themselves. This must be after when... Awesome! This definitely must be from after when Birkin got infected and those rats got covered in the G virus samples and just started running all over the place. Not just in the sewers which led to Raccoon City, but all around the facility as well. The pay was generous, the benefits were good. Most importantly, they promised me I'd be contributing to state-of-the-art medical tech research. For a university teacher stuck working in nowhere America, nowhere America, it was a golden opportunity, like winning the lottery, so I went for it. I made the pitch to my family and we agreed to move here to Raccoon City. That was a death sentence waiting to happen. Well, hindsight is 20/20 because this lab is a den of monsters who conduct cruel and barbaric experiments for the sole purpose of taking human life in the most sickening way possible. It's messed up, the world needs to know, but every time I work up enough courage to blow the whistle, I think of Penny and Casey and immediately chicken out. Umbrella owns this town. there was this guy they caught trying to smuggle out company secrets. They essentially fed him to one of the betas. Fed him. I saw the whole thing. I got my wife and daughter into this. I just need to do my job. Do as I'm told, for their sake. But let this be testament that I do have a conscience, and that I've learned my lesson. You're right, man. Man, you don't want to mess with me, y'all. I got a shotgun. Yo, if I was someone like Carlos, one of the things I would say is I'm entering facilities out here looking for survivors. I'd be like, yo, is there any beautiful women in here who need saving?
What have we here?
Override key removed.
An emergency security key used in S2 allows employees to override security protocols in the event of emergency evacuation. Is this the exact same facility that Leon and Leon, Sherry, Ada, and who else? Claire all end up at? Is this the exact same one, or are we at a different one?
To begin vaccine synthesis, place the materials in the chamber.
Synthesis? I have to make it myself? Alright, gotta figure this out.
To eliminate existing infections. Man, that's gotta suck. The material is right here in the lab to make a vaccine, to make a actual working vaccine that not only stops the virus, but straight up eliminates it altogether. Can you imagine? No, actually, terrible as this may sound, it's technically a good thing that there's no material that can be used to make a vaccine for the coronavirus that exists here in the real world. Do you have any idea how much worse society would get, how much turmoil it would cause, the amount of infighting all over the world it would cause if it turns out there was a vaccine that was so strong and it eliminates the virus immediately? Hell, not even this virus, but any virus or infection in general. Something that could somehow cure people of anything they have, no matter what it is. All they have to do is get the injection immediately, 100% full health, like nothing ever happened. Like there's already enough anarchy that goes on. And people will say, oh, if only they could develop a cure for it. But then there's a so-called cure vaccine, and then you also got those. One thing they don't have in games like these, like in these games, once there's something like a vaccine or a cure involved, people just go even crazier than they already have, fighting and killing one another over it. Others who have developed it, or they have the material or the notes to develop it, rather than share it, they'll only give it for cash to the highest bidder. Wait a minute. But in real life, not only do you have those who be greedy and doing all that stuff, but then you have all the idiot anti-vaxxers He will say, "Oh, I'm not getting this for myself or my kids. This is just all a scam or whatever." Now, supposedly inside all these wrappers are individual nemesis. Like, you already see why it's so terrible to have just one nemesis running around. Now, a whole army of them. Now, that is an absolute nightmare in of itself. Recently, some of the test subjects have developed a new mutation granting them very high regrowth abilities. Our team refers to these specimens as paleheads. They have been appearing with regularity, but the specific cause has not yet been determined. The astonishing rate at which these paleheads regenerate makes it difficult to deliver a lethal blow with standard weaponry. If any sort of system failure were to occur within our facility, it would be we would be woefully underprepared to defend ourselves. For this reason, I would like to request a high-powered weaponry capable of subduing the paleheads be issued to all our employees working in shipping and processing. This will ensure that in the event of an emergency, we'll be able to quickly eliminate the threat and evacuate safely. Thank you very much for your consideration. Shipping and Processing Manager, Gabriel Reed. Man, that's gotta suck. First, in order to get the developer's attention, they gotta write a whole long ass note being very specific. And then even with that, it's still not guaranteed that they will ever respond. How are they gonna do that? How are they gonna be able to mass produce the Nemesis anyway? I mean, it's a good thing they didn't. But Nemesis to me just always seems like the kind of creature. He's definitely one of those one in a million type. The way he's able to do his job so well. That ain't normal amongst the infected. It's happened. Our worst case scenario. The T-virus has somehow leaked. Under orders from Dr. Bard, I'm to manufacture mass quarantine of the virus. I've prepared a culture of the T-virus antigen. Now I just need to combine it with the adjuvant to enhance its effects, and I should be able to produce enough vaccine to save all the surviving citizens. The adjuvant samples are stored in the incubation lab. Test subjects are already wandering the halls, but I'd better find a way to get some samples while the culture is maturing. If I don't make it back, please complete the synthesis process. Try to find a way to stop this outbreak. It's the least we can do after setting these horrifying events in motion. Now Carlos himself said that there's still people in the city. I'm wondering, how does he know that for sure? Where did he see those people? Because besides him, Jill, and Tyrell, he didn't know of anyone else in the whole city. Of course, this was after finding out that Dr. Bard was killed. But for some reason, where was I going with this?
This must be what powers it.
Yeah, no shit. Don't have your mouth open like that, you freak. Use your muscle, Jill. Now, where was I going? Oh yeah, Carlos saying how there were still people in the city. And I think Jill also figured that too. And I'm like, where are you gonna find those people? Like, I'm pretty sure, if I remember, it's like, well, no, when I last checked, it wasn't even daylight yet. Because when Leon and Claire finally made it out with Sherry through the subway system, by the time they made it out, it was daylight. So obviously they managed to find their way, but there's no way Jill and any of the others knew of them being still in the city. All these defective Mr. X's.
Jesus. Is this where they're made?
Wonder what the hell this was supposed to be. Man, look how skinny the legs are compared to the upper body. I wonder, why keep these things in incubation? None of these look like they're ready for combat, like at all. Just too deformed. This one will probably be good to be sent out at least. Wait, does it have just stumps for legs and no actual feet? Because in that case, then yeah, it probably wouldn't be able to walk then. It looks like a majority of its body is well proportioned enough that it can still move around and be used for combat. Same thing with this one. This one probably. Wait, are they? Yeah, they are moving around in there slightly. Did you not hear what she said? Get out of the way. Get off me, bitch. Oh, come on. Man. It's like just when you think you're getting close enough to the end, and suddenly you get attacked by these things. They just keep coming out of nowhere. Good thing I ain't worried about nothing though. Nope. Still ain't worried about nothing. Panicking slightly. Good thing I ain't worried about nothing though. Oh shit, I forgot to turn the volume down. Akun Gaming. I don't know why, but it's like I don't really get upset or get mad when people do that whole first, second, third, whatever. I don't know where that started from or why exactly that's a thing, but it doesn't bother me. But I see so many people on YouTube, they get so acid rounds, huh? They get so mad and all upset over it when they see people doing that in the comment sections. And the craziest thing is that like they get mad over it on channels that aren't even their channels. Like it's not their video in which people are all up in the comment section claiming to be first or whatever order they comment in. Awesome! So I don't get why people get so mad over it. I'm thinking if it's not in your comment section, if it's not on one of your videos, then you have no business getting mad. It's not like you own that channel. And who knows, maybe the YouTuber themselves actually likes it. So you can't say, it's not like you get it fitted for them. Oh well.
Sample. These are combined with antigens to increase immune system response.
2021, man, people have been doing it for years. The whole first, second, third thing. Oh yeah, you're right about that, definitely. I was about to make a comment how people are back to being openly racist, to where they say, or they obviously don't trust you or don't want you around because of your different skin tone or culture. Because yeah, I don't know, when it comes to racism and discrimination, there's a lot of people who think that discrimination only comes in the form of racism, of people discriminating against you based on skin color, which needless to say, well, I guess it does need to be said, that's not true. There's people who there's people who are the same color as you who discriminate against you for being that color. Like fellow black men who will criticize you for being black. Oh yeah, how you like that? How do you like that? Oh shit. Oh come on! I was in the middle of reloading. Everyone gets offended. Yeah, that's kill you on spot. Maintain your distance is paramount. Keep clearing attack with your deadliest weapons. And what's crazy is that, well, it's always been like that for years. For years, it's always been like that. It's just that now people are doing it and they're teaching their children that that's okay to discriminate against someone openly and start shit with them over the most ignorant of things. Of course, not just a matter of discrimination, but it's becoming more and more commonplace and more acknowledged of how people are teaching their kids that it's okay to act entitled, act ignorant, and do whatever and get away with it simply because they believe they can. Like if someone doesn't give you what you want, then go ahead and whine and complain about it
Out of the way.
And start shit with them for that very reason. And for some people, it is a matter of the fact that they're just too scared of, like, when someone says how they're gonna sue you or do something supposedly get you in trouble. It's mostly just baseless, empty threats. Like, you got all these Karens and male Karens who are always like, if you don't give me what I want, I'm gonna sue you, or I'm gonna I know such and such person. I can easily ruin your business with just a phone call. Of course, sometimes they often just lie about that. Like, in truth, they don't know shit about anyone from anywhere. But they just claim to know this or that person, thinking they can scare someone into compliance. Bitch. Don't you know I got a shotgun? I've been prepared for this. Oh yeah, that's why I should have said the explosive material. And naturally, all these tubes and vials to make the vaccine, there's only one left. Because for some reason, they just had to make sure there was at least one left. I don't bother to make sure there's enough to make hundreds. No, there can only be one. Anyway, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing just fine.
Antigens to increase immune system response.
I got nothing to worry about.
So it's called the Nemesis.
Crazy how Joe doesn't find out what it's called until the end of the game. Or towards the end. Although, if I remember Resident Evil 3, no one ever actually calls it by that name. And it's only from the title of the game that anyone would have an idea of what the creature's called. But it's not until like some later point that people including Jill, found out what the creature is actually called. Anyways, I got nothing much going on that I have to worry about. Just gotta make sure I get up early in the morning. Technically, it's like an all-day thing. But I just gotta make sure I get going tomorrow. I'm just gonna go tomorrow morning so I can get my second dose of the, I'm ready for you suckers this time. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. Ready for, oh shit. Ready. Damn. Just damn. This game compared to the original. Well, I never played the original myself, but I've seen others like Albert F. and Wesker play it. And yeah, it's just like with Resident Evil 2 remake, where there's some stuff they added in, but it feels more like they took out more than what they added in, and just some changes from the original game that may be mostly aesthetic changes, but still would have been nice if they were kept in regardless. Like certain locations, not to mention overall gameplay. Like, it used to be what made Nemesis so terrifying, and I already talked about this in the last stream. How no matter where you go, it's not guaranteed where he's gonna show up, but it's guaranteed he's gonna show up somewhere randomly. It's guaranteed he's gonna show up somewhere out of nowhere. So you have both the planned events where you're gonna run into him, and you have the possibility of you just walking into a random from one corridor to the next, and in that random corridor, there he is suddenly attacking you out of nowhere.
Out of the way!
Although I remember, again, another thing I read that obviously never turned out true was the fact that supposedly what Nemesis would be able to do would be to wait a minute. My aim is not as bad as I thought. Where supposedly he'd be able to follow you even into save rooms. Like straight up, if you were to go to a save room, that wouldn't be enough, and he would be able to just attack you regardless. Oh, come on, don't you do this to me, don't you do this to me! But he'd be able to attack you even inside a save room. So really the only point of save rooms would just be to save your progress, and that'd be about it. But even that's not guaranteed to help you. Yeah, literally every time he appears is a planned event. They took away that element of surprise. Like the only So the only time it's ever a surprise when he shows up is if it's your very first time playing through this game and you have not seen any cutscenes, any spoilers of some sort. Now, why would you have a big old briefcase for just this tiny little piece of explosive material to put in?
An adjuvant. These are combined with antigens to increase immune system response.
Jill, who the hell are you talking to? Wait, it said explosive. Flame round. Ah, man. Well, in this game, he was scripted a whole lot more than the original. He was scripted, then scripted in other fights if you go on different paths. Yeah, that's another thing they took out. Alternate paths and alternate choices. Like during those scripted events where, yeah, he's scripted to show up, but you have the choice of either confronting him or not. I still think one of the funniest ones is when he shows up at a bridge somewhere and you have a choice between evading him and trying to run past him, or actually pushing him off. No. It was either push him off the bridge yourself or you jump down the bridge. And it turns out one of those two choices also leads later on to Nikolai being killed by Nemesis. Man, if anything, unlike Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 is changed so much from the original that you could actually put a different name on this game or give it a different number and people will just think that like it's Resident Evil, but it just takes place from someone else's perspective. Or you could simply not call it Resident Evil and people will be content to think that it's a different game. That's how much different and overall changed and altered Resident Evil 3 is between the original and the remake. Because not only do you have all of that, but there's also the fact that there's even certain bosses and enemies that they took out. Like one where you're running through a park and there's a part where you run into like what's supposed to be some kind of giant worm thing. And they took that away. Like you don't run into that no more. Oh, fuck you. Is it me or does it seem like when Jill's in a dying state or in danger state, it looks like time is actually slowing down? Although the one thing that they should have absolutely left in the Resident Evil 2 remake that I will never ever forgive Capcom for taking out is the giant spiders. I don't care what anyone's excuses is. There was one guy who told me how if they were to keep the giant spiders in the game, he would not be able to play it simply because he has a phobia when it comes to giant spiders. And I'm like, it's a horror game. It's supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be terrifying. Like seriously, can you imagine if they decided that with the Resident Evil 2 remake, they kept the giant spiders you run into in the not the hallways, the sewers? Can you imagine how terrible they would probably look if they were kept in? That's why if they for some reason decide to remake Resident Evil 1 yet again in the same style as 2 and 3, I absolutely hope they keep in the giant spiders. They really should. Like, don't change Resident Evil 1 so drastically like you did with 3. Try to keep it as much the same as possible. In fact, keep it the exact same gameplay. Keep the graphics like how like the graphics of Resident Evil 2 and 3, but the gameplay style of the original Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 1 remastered.
An antigen sample. I'll definitely need this for the vaccine.
Ah, man. How I feel about Resident Evil 7 and 8. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I'm talking about again that I talked about in the last stream. And I was talking about how 7 and 8 are like they're good games on their own. But in Capcom's attempts to bring Resident Evil as a franchise back to its horror roots, they basically managed to accomplish the exact opposite. Like the story, the tone, the characters is all so different from the earlier games that it doesn't even feel like a Resident Evil game. Like that's one reason why when 7 came out, that was one of the complaints people had. Some people were questioning, asking, how the heck is this game saying, is this game even related to the Resident Evil series, or is this like a reboot? And they say it is, that Resident Evil 7 and 8 are connected to the franchise, just very loosely. And I'm like, yeah, no kidding. The only thing about Resident Evil 7 and 8 that keeps it quote unquote connected to the earlier games is the fact that Chris is in those games as a secondary protagonist. Here we go. So all I could think is they might as well have just changed the title of the games, and the guy who's supposed to be Chris Redfield in both games, just make it as someone else. No, Resident Evil 7 and 8 both take place after. Chronologically, 7 comes way after Resident Evil 6. Well, I wouldn't say way after, because Chris is not exactly an old man by that point yet. So, but anyways, chronologically, 7 takes place after 6 and all the other games that came before that. Then 8. But again, just the fact that the games are just so different from the rest of the series that it makes you wonder how the hell can they even be considered part of the franchise, like, at all.
Unauthorized materials detected.
Either I've got this wrong or I'm missing a step.
Unauthorized materials detected.
You bitch. That explains it.
Synthesizing vaccine. Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine canister.
Ooh, pretty purple vial. Purple, pink, whatever. She would be looking away at the last moment. Wait, making Yu-Gi-Oh cards? What a nerd. There used to be a time I was into... Jill, if you don't stop acting hurt, girl. There was a time I used to be into Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game, maybe not as much, but definitely the animated series. Of course, as with a lot of cartoons that basically change from season to season, once it got to Resident Evil, not Resident Evil, once it got to Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Yu-Gi-Oh! It was by that time I was like, yeah, I'm not really interested in this series anymore. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me. You ain't taking me, man. Tell the suckers I'm still alive. But anyways, just the fact that it was named 5D's Yu-Gi-Oh! Which I later found out that 5D stood for 5 dimensions. Still, I thought it was a dumb name. Not only that, but I also thought it was a dumb idea. The idea of them having their duels while on motorcycles. I'm thinking maybe like one episode where the protagonist is forced to duel someone while riding on a motorcycle would have been cool. But the idea that they're constantly doing that for every battle, I'm just like, what? Wait, 5 dragons? Oh, well, I don't know. I didn't watch 5Ds long enough to find out what the whole point of it all was. I mean, I don't know about most people, but I actually enjoyed I enjoyed Yu-Gi-Oh! See, there's the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I can't remember. There was other seasons, but I can't exactly remember the name of them. Hey, does anyone else remember Rave Master? Because I definitely remember Rave Master. And I used to think of Rave Master as, like, I obviously noticed, I'm pretty sure others noticed, just how similar Rave Master was to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm wondering, makes me wonder which one came first between, now I'm pretty sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Came first. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! There's the original manga, and then there's the original manga, then the animated series. I think it was the same thing in Pokemon. No, I think Pokemon had the game first, then the animated series. Anyways, with Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what it was. There was the manga, and I never read the manga, but people told me how it's so different from the animated series. Like in the animated series, in the manga they play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like how they play the game in real life. Just people using cards, no monsters appearing out of nowhere or nothing. And even Flip I think it was Flip or another viewer who told me how in Yu-Gi-Oh! The manga, it was actually originally about a guy who was using the card game and as a way of getting revenge on a bunch of bullies. Because I was talking about how I was tired in movies of how bullies can do whatever. It's just like in real life. Bullies can do whatever they want, put their hands on whoever and get away with it. While those who are just protecting themselves from the bullies never get in trouble for anything. And
What in God's name is this place?
oh yeah, this is where I fight the nemesis and melt it into a bunch of goo, that little bitch. But anyways, that's what someone told me about. And I said, man, I got to look up the original manga for Yu-Gi-Oh! For the original Yu-Gi-Oh! The very first manga that came out before the animated series. Because I'm thinking if that's true, I would like to read that. Because I like seeing that in any media. You got these people who are being complete bullies and jackasses. Dang. When he wants in, he wants in. But basically, basically you have someone who's a victim of a bullying, and it gets to the point where eventually they have enough, and they finally get revenge on their bully. Well, I pressed the dodge button. Okay, seriously, why would you cut away from that? And don't say because it's too violent. This game is rated R. Screw that. Oh no, it's rated N. So screw that. But back to what I was saying. Where the person who's the victim of bullying successfully gets the revenge on the bullies so badly that the so-called bullies never are able to retaliate. Either simply because they're dead, or they gotten beaten so badly that it either hurts them psychologically and they're like, oh, I'm never messing with that person again, or they get beaten to a coma, or they're beaten down so badly that they can't walk normally again. Like they used to be able to walk, but they got beaten down by their victim, or who used to be their victim, so badly that they just can't function properly. Although, of course, by that point, they have no one but themselves to blame. This is why I tell people, don't be a bully. Too scared to get your ass whooped? Keep your hands to yourself. Okay, that is a guaranteed. It's guaranteed he's gonna be able to hit you no matter what. Come on, come on. Grenade launcher is truly your friend against Nemesis. However, if this right here does not work, then I'm just gonna straight up use the rocket launcher. Dang it! I thought I could dodge that. Man, I remember when Team 4-Star made a video saying how they were not gonna continue the Dragon Ball Z Abridged series. That the Cell Saga was gonna be their last one. And I'm thinking, oh man, I was looking forward to them doing the Majin Buu saga and then Super.
Good idea.
Like being inside an arena, but not exactly a huge audience.
Watch it, you've got company.
Well, Bozo thought it was a good idea to unleash these zombies in here.
He's hiding behind tank 6. Number 6.
Oh, did you like that dodge? Man, give me a break.
Number 8.
At this point, he's not even trying to hide. Ooh, thank goodness I was. Oh, that is some bull. I hate when that happens. Like, that should not just not be allowed. Where they hit you and you can't recover fast enough to get out of the way. Oh, now it tells me. That's something they should have been told me. Of course. Did you like that dodge? Oh, give me a break. Seriously, is a freaking instant. Oh, come on. Yo, I'm actually still alive? Yo, tell them suckers I'm still alive. Oreo McFlurry.
Jill, is that you? Watch it, you've got company. He's hiding behind tank 4. Now, rip that fucker apart.
Oh my goodness, reload.
Here comes some more. Number 7.
Okay, seriously, I shot the dang thing. I pressed the dodge button. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna use the rocket launcher from the beginning.
Jill, is that you?
No, I don't.
He's hiding behind tank 2. He's behind number 2.
Ain't got time for you zombies. Fortunately, with his mutation, he's too big and mutated to be able to dodge, like how he was when he was a humanoid.
Here comes some more. Number 1.
Thank goodness whoever came up with infinite rocket launcher. get your boss and all, but come on, man. Jill just casually walking around while dealing with this nemesis. Oh, come on! How many times do I have to hit him with this thing? Enough with these guys. Seriously, it's bad enough I have to fight Nemesis. Fighting Nemesis on... And the fact that I'm fighting Nemesis on hardcore. Why would you feel it necessary to add zombies coming after me? Like, there's just such thing as excessive in the number of enemies you expect me to fight simultaneously. Seriously, enough with the zombies.
Jill! Here comes a crane. Use it to climb up.
Come on. Come on.
Jill, get back! Now get on!
Run, fool!
I'm gonna melt this fucker into mush.
Well, at least we know where exactly they get rid of their failed genetic experiments. Melting, melting. Oh, the pain, the horror.
Okay, I'll meet you up ahead.
Nikolai, where did you go?
Oh, you don't want to mess with Jill now, Nikolai. She's got a rocket launcher. Nemesis down? Keep dreaming. Electric slide. Gather all the fuses in the warehouse within 5 minutes. Okay, why the hell is that even a thing?
I have to get that vaccine back.
Noble as that is, if I remember, that ends up being all for nothing because Nikolai's such a bitch. Projectile ferromagnetic infantry use, next generation railgun. I don't think there's any creature in the entire franchise who's as obsessed with capturing their targets as Nemesis, besides Birkin. Like the number of mutations Nemesis and Birkin force themselves to go through just to capture someone. To say that it's insane is an understatement.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You print money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun!
Looks like a big old shit log.
Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The data on this would be worth millions. But, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
Nikolai!
Jill!
Go after Nikolai! He's got the vaccine!
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
I know you do.
Look, just so you know, this is the last fucking time.
This is just a level of obsession that odds are you will never see in anything else. Besides Birkin.
This isn't gonna work.
Opening compartment.
Do I need to aim specifically?
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Damn, it needs power.
That's a whole freaking railgun. How is Jill even able to hold that thing? I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. Oh no! This better not be. Yep, it was an insta kill. Son of a bitch. Then again, there are those wait, the fluid which Nemesis sprays at you. If you breathe in its fumes, you'll start kicking and coughing, slowing you down. So be sure. I'm assuming those conduits are the source of his weakness.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
Like, undoubtedly, Jill is very strong for a human.
How about some more?
But she should not. There's definitely times where all that physical strength just should not be able to do what she can do with it. Being able to hold a whole freaking railgun and be able to resist the impact of the recoil.
Go ahead! I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
I don't think he even has an ass at this point, Jill. And we ain't exactly in a hurry to find out. Like at this point, when the intelligence is gone, no matter, well, then again, this Nemesis was never really sane to begin with.
You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
That's always funny, talking shit to a creature that clearly doesn't understand what you're saying. Damn. I was making such progress. I don't know why I didn't try moving, repositioning myself as I fired at him. Hell, if Chris was in this game, even I wouldn't be convinced he'd be able to hold a whole railgun and fire it all by himself. Of course, that was until he punched a freaking boulder in Resident Evil 5. I don't think if anyone besides Sheva saw him do that, they would never let him live that down. If anything, Sheva was too busy being chased by Wesker at that point. Impractical? Maybe. But there's no denying it looks awesome. He recovers too fast.
I'm gonna put you right back on your ass. You think I don't know how to fuck you up? I am sick of your shit! Come on! Next time, take the fucking hit!
Yeah, at that point, there's just nothing left for him to be able to regenerate from.
Good riddance.
No brain or heart matter. I like how there's 4 different trophies that have the Nemesis down title. Defeat Stage 3 Nemesis. There's just the regular Nemesis down with a question mark, Nemesis down with an exclamation point and a question mark, Nemesis down with 3 exclamation marks. What's sad is knowing that again, this game originally had more bosses in it, but for some reason they decided to take out those extra bosses. 16 shotgun shells, are you kidding me? Man, good thing you only have to fire it twice. Because it would suck if I went through all that and I'd have to do it again with no health items whatsoever. Man, powerful as fuck. Nice. Doom Guy would be proud. In fact, if anything, Doom Guy would be he would be happy to make Jill his official sidekick if possible. Man, imagine that. Jill, the sidekick of Doom Guy in his crusade against the demons. Where Jill may not have all the physicality that Doom Guy has, but she knows how to use a gun, and it can be quite a badass in her own right. Her, Chris, just about everyone does it in the series, even Ethan. Oh, so it does. Yeah, I like that. Her being able to pull her weapons out of the holster and whatnot, or how they stay in the holster depending on what gun she has. Like if it's a handgun or a magnum, you'll see it being carried in the holster. Any other bigger gun gets carried on the back.
You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't I?
No! Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Oh no, don't care. My client ordered me to reduce Umbrella to rubble.
10 minutes until missile
impact.
impact.
The missile has launched. And that is my duty. Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
Not a bad couple of combatants there.
Shoot him!
I can't! I'll hit you!
Do it! You have to! There's no other way. Take the shot!
She won't do it.
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel.
And of course, Nikolai had to be such a dick and shoot the damn vaccine.
What about him?
I'm surprised he was dumb enough to do that. Do you have any idea how much people would sell for the vaccine?
There's a price tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you. If you get me out of here. I'll pay you whatever you want. You're a fool. You're a fool! If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
I don't mind a little detective work.
You know, technically, Nikolai had all. If that was the only working helicopter, there was enough fuel and the keys were there to get it started. He could have easily just gotten to knock out Carlos, shoot him in the head, get in the helicopter, and fly off.
There he is.
Shows that Nikolai is definitely not the smartest himself. Oh man, apparently it came so fast you couldn't see the point of impact, which was right there. Kind of wish they kept it where Barry shows up and saves Jill in the helicopter. Like keep it as one of multiple endings you could possibly achieve.
So long, Marcy.
I felt empty and cold as the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them, once and for all.
And they managed to eventually, with the help of Chris, they managed to bring down Umbrella. Hey, she got a new place with a punching bag. Awesome. Although I don't think I would have it so close to the window. I wouldn't want to risk practicing my kung fu and accidentally go flying out the window as I do my kung fu. I got me a trophy. 2 trophies. Veteran and Survivor. Complete the game on standard or higher. Complete the game on hardcore or higher. That's kind of cool. All you have to do is beat the game on hardcore and you get the trophy for standard. Complete the game with an S rank. Complete the game without opening the item box. Are you kidding me? Complete the game using 1 or few recovery items. 1 or fewer? Just say 1. Complete the game in under 2 hours of playtime. A C? Dang, I died 20 times exact, and I saved 33 times. Clear time, 7 hours, 29 minutes, 37 seconds. Oh, I see. My total play time, just in general, not from this specific hardcore run. But again, for some reason, it seems to be only on assisted, where I get to have the that gun, and not that machine gun. Purchase items for the shutter shops to be able by completing in-game challenges. Dang, he looks shiny as heck there. They look ugly as fuck here. At one point, they were going to outfit him with more cybernetic equipment and have him with longer arms, with a design a bit closer to his original appearance. Man, I wonder how it would look if they did that. Like that mouthpiece on the one on the far right. That'd be kind of cool if they kept that in game. Basically explaining why his mouth looks the way it does, like he looks like that, but then his body gets damaged, thus removing the mouthpiece, revealing that he has no lips. Tyrell, Brad, and I forget that other guy. Some of their concept designs. Same thing with Carlos, Jill. Kind of poses Jill in that picture. That looks kind of cool though. At least they kept it in with Nemesis still having one eye visible. You know what's crazy is that this is one of those kind of pictures where it's supposed to be scary or horror inducing, nightmare inducing supposedly, but it's one of those things that can easily be taken out of context. And I'm trying to remember, this looks like it could be a poster, maybe for like you go to the movie theater and you see this as one of the posters that says coming soon, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Hey, is there a trophy for beating the game without changing costumes? Like it's just one costume. Hey, is that zombie? I wonder if that zombie just beat its head against the wall repeatedly, or in one fell swoop, or that was from someone else. Can you imagine how terrible that would be? Tight corridors, don't know if there's a zombie around the corner or not, and you don't know any secure place that can keep them out where you can truly hide from them, and you're not armed with any weapons. In other words, you're screwed. I could scare you enough out in the streets, but at least in the street, well, then again, in the streets, you may have more room to maneuver around, but so do they. So there's more for areas for them to collect around. This is why areas where, again, it's dark and you have the tight quarters, or whenever there is light, it's not enough to make it easier to see. So yeah, and it makes me wonder why. Oh, obviously, I see on the bottom right by the door, they used a couple of mops, plus one of the seats to bar the doors. Hey, is that it? Okay, in the top picture, I thought that was an actual spaceman, a spacesuit, but I'm pretty sure that's just a prop. Because I'm thinking, no way anyone in the right mind, even inside a spacesuit, would think that a spacesuit would protect from getting bitten and devoured by the zombies. Unless that's supposed to be just an actual astronaut, and they add that in there just to be funny. Can you imagine that? You got all these zombies, all this chaos and destruction, and there's just a dude in a spacesuit just sitting there looking right at you. But anyways, back to the bottom picture. So it doesn't look very hectic inside, like they saw what was going on from inside the restaurant. And excuse me, the people or person who was in the diner when it happened, they got some mops to bar the door, plus a seat by the window or by the door just in case. And hopefully the door was already automatically locked. But even though they did that together, the door itself being already locked manually, the mops keeping the door closed so they can't open it all the way, and that chair to try to like brace it and keep them from getting in, that still wouldn't be enough, because eventually they probably would maybe be able to break their way through the door, if not break through the window, if enough of them clicked in there. So at that point, definitely just get out to the back while they're all the zombies are out front trying to get to you. Maybe hopefully be able to get to that truck. But man, that just looks creepy. The blood
The bloody handprints on the windows showing how the zombies were just so desperate to get inside. Same thing right here. You see the bloody handprints, like where the zombies are collecting by the front of the store. You see the bloody handprints, and hopefully, I don't know, a store that small, I don't think there would be an exit in the back, unlike this diner here. So unless those windows are extremely secure, you're not getting out of there, or you're not safe in there for too long. Raccoon parking entry. In the original game, this was originally like a safe house at the beginning of the game. Like you run into Dario Rosso, and while he's hiding in the truck, you're able to use the item box, gear up, all that other stuff, save your progress. Whereas in this game, you just kind of have to run past it. There's no point in really staying there because there's not a lot of items to collect. And oh, that's weird. Like, they have it boarded up from the outside, but what I'm wondering is, there's a zombie apocalypse going on. Obviously, you're gonna try to find some place to hide it.
But why would you try to board it up from the outside? You should board it up from the inside. But obviously that didn't work because it shows right there the zombies eventually got into the bar. Or at least two of them. Any of the patrons made it out. Oh, this is sad. Like, imagine you're in your apartment and one of them breaks in and manages to get to you, but just seeing that dead body right there laying there. The glass window door looking like it's been broken open, or I'm assuming they did all that damage themselves throughout their apartment with all that blood all over the place, like they knew they were turning, so they just went crazy. And with the last of their sanity, they write in blood, "I am not me." Like they knew they were gonna turn eventually. Like seeing pictures like these where you still see the dead body, or what it eventually would become. Maybe they committed suicide, like with a gun, shotgun. Like this one and the one with the zombie in the hallway with that looked like it bashed its head against the wall. That's just disturbing. And I think, wasn't this supposed to be Joe's apartment? I think it is. It looks like the same setup. Man, the city just looks, in the daytime, the city looks normal. I'm guessing this is before the shit really hit the fan. And then you see on the right where shit finally hit the fan and it's nighttime. You see, and the only thing, yeah, you got all the lights from the buildings and the street lights, but what's really illuminating the city is the fires. Same thing with this one where it looks like it's daytime, but it's a cloudy day, like it's gonna rain. That's weird. You don't see what looks like any hint of rain or any like wet areas from it raining. Nor does it look for too cloudy. Like you see, how can I explain it? Like some days where it's cloudy, but the sun, there's still plenty of breaks in the clouds to see the sun, for the sun to shine through. Whereas the bottom one shows how it's so cloudy that obviously it's daytime, but it's just so damn cloudy the sun can't break through the clouds to really shine brightly. And you can definitely tell just by looking it's gonna rain. But I don't think at any point during Resident Evil 3 does it rain. And again, 2 and 3 take place at the same time. Let's say 3 kind of starts off taking place. Basically, it takes place before, then at some point it takes place at the same time as, then eventually takes place a little after the events of Resident Evil 2. I'm surprised they didn't have more concept art in this game. Seriously, I like this one's my favorite. This one too. This one specifically the bottom picture. For this one, also the bottom picture. It's always fun seeing the concept art they make for whatever. And this one also the bottom picture. Man, this is crazy. Like you see the scientists and CEOs, the workers in the top left picture as they're looking at the carnage from the other side of the window, and you see what looks like one of the, I'm assuming either there was just a victim they found and just put in there, or was a scientist. A creature broke free and started slaughtering everyone in there, and they just stand there watching, no doubt happy with the results. "17 out of 30, so there's more to unlock." This one only 11 out of 32. Nathaniel Bard. Marvin Brenna. Man, if he had just shot freaking Brad when he turned, would have made it so much easier. Robert Kendo. Now, I don't know what to say about Robert as far as his survival. Like, obviously, he would have survived just fine. Like, his daughter was in the process of eventually turning, and Robert knew eventually his daughter was going to turn. I don't think there's really much of anything he could have done to help himself psychologically. Jill also looking like she's about to turn right here. I wonder, was that like something they were going to eventually do? Have it to where it's possible for the character to turn? Or is that just what they look like when they're close to death? Man, wouldn't that have sucked if in the end Jill managed to get infected and turn, not able to save herself? Complete the game using one or fewer recovery items. Without opening the item box, complete the game with S rank, A rank or higher. I would have to find some way to be able to complete these two. I'd have to find some way to beat this game on hardcore, so I can get it for the standard and hardcore difficulty. Destroy all Charlie dolls, 8 out of 20. Read all story files, 49 out of 56. Collect all weapon parts. Oh man, I'm missing one. Knock the hats off 28 zombies. Defeat 2,000 enemies. Well, that ought to be fun. 80 enemies with a mag, 20 enemies with a mag. This new plague is spreading at a terrifying rate, embedding itself in the corpses already shambling the city's streets. The hulking creature has pursued Jill relentlessly in her attempts to escape the city. It would surely have cornered her were it not for the intervention of a man named Carlos. Yeah, I forgot Carlos's last name already. But man, I remember when I was a little kid and I saw the Resident Evil films. I didn't know that guy. See, the guy who played the mummy in the live-action films. Not live-action, what the hell? The guy who played the mummy in the first two mummy films. what I did not know was the fact that, well, eventually I did find out he was the one who played Carlos, which I thought was cool. But what I didn't know was the fact that Carlos himself was, in fact, an original character. Not original character, but was, in fact, originally originally a character from the games. Actually, I'm done playing for now. See what I can accomplish on the assisted run. Man, that's weird. Beating the game on the hardest difficulty first, then, or one of the hardest difficulties, before then trying to beat it on the easiest secondly. Yeah, you can see Nemesis is standing right next to the pod that he was originally housed in. But like I said, there's definitely a lot of changes from the original that just felt excessive or unnecessary, like they shouldn't have changed it, or they shouldn't have changed it so much. Because it just feels like a completely different game at this point. Graphically, gameplay wise, and just all the different environments and areas you go through. To the point where really the only thing it shares is the name of the characters and the name of the game. But obviously no amount of complaining or rambling is going to help. I would have preferred if it was just like Resident Evil 1, where they kept it as close to the original as possible, and while just adding in a few things instead of taking anything out. Maybe change the layout of some areas, but not to the point to where it just feels like a whole different area altogether. That's why I feel like as far as remakes go, Resident Evil 1 is the best remake, because it still sticks closely to the source material without taking away anything unnecessary. Like how Resident Evil 2 took away the giant spiders you encounter in the sewer. And I don't care how many people complain, I really would have preferred they kept that. That would be the... Seriously, have a game like this, with graphics like this, with Resident Evil 2 or 3, but keep in the giant spiders. Either the spiders looking a little mutated, like looking like they got cancer spots growing on them, or just looking like regular spiders, but again, just giant, like 8-legged freaks, big levels of big, like that big ass tarantula tank, or the female orb reaver. Like, do that, and I would consider that the most, truly the best, the most nightmare-inducing thing ever in a game. Like, I remember when I used to have nightmares consistently about giant spiders for whatever reason. Sure, playing a game with graphics like Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, but with giant spiders, that'll probably haunt me forever. But I would just love that, because it's a horror game. It's supposed to be scary. But I already said enough. So I hope y'all enjoyed this video, and I'll talk to y'all on the next one. So long, suckers. Oh, that was terrible. Need to learn to come up with a better outro.